I said this is an older article. Some people after her like the idea, but they put meaning and use together because they're so hard to separate. So we need to think, what's going to be difficult? The form? Maybe yes, maybe no. The meaning and use? Will that be difficult? Maybe yes, maybe no. So I can recommend that article. Are we good to go now? Okay, great. Okay. Well, I haven't used my mouse for an in-person or my whatever. A little. I have to fool around with it. But let's see. Possession in English, the possessive S, and other structures. Up here we go. Okay, possession. All natural languages enable speakers to express possession, but the syntactic forms with which speakers out of that. No, X out of it. Just get rid of it. Just click the X. Now go to the desktop. Where's the girl with the hair? This is the PowerPoint. Okay. So now let's start presentation. Okay. And let's go back a couple slides. Yeah. Okay. Now let me try something.
Same.
Yeah. It works now. Okay. But don't go away. Okay, so now things should work. Let's see. The technology will work, whether I work is another question. Okay, so possession in English, we can have an inflection. That's the apostrophe S and the S apostrophe. The book's cover, singular and plural. Of phrases, the cover of the book. Verbs, have, own, belong. So we have examples like, I have a book. I own a book. The book belongs to me. All of these show possession. Possessive pronouns. My book, your book, his book, her book. So everything is pretty simple up to now, except that we have more than one way of showing possession. Whenever there's more than one way, it can be a problem. Now the apostrophe has three uses: to form possessors of nouns, the book's cover; to show the omission of letters, are not becomes aren't; to indicate certain plurals of lowercase letters, 3 A's and 1 B. So this adds to the difficulty. The apostrophe is simple, but it has three different uses. And every time there's an extra use or an extra meaning, it makes things a bit harder. The apostrophe, different meanings. And now here's where the first slide, every language shows possession. And one way that English does it is by the apostrophe S. But John's car, that's possession. The car is possessed by John, right? John's cousin. Now, John doesn't own the cousin. Okay? John's teacher, the same thing. John's eyes. We don't, even less in Spanish, we don't own our eyes. And John's picture, meaning a picture of John. Okay? But you can have John's picture is very expensive. If everybody has a photograph or a painting, a picture, and this one is John's and his is expensive, then that is possession. Now, do you see how it gets a little complicated? But, okay, what else do we have? Now here, John's picture was taken yesterday. Here's another meaning. One we can have, oh no, I'm sorry, this is it's not another one, it's the representation, the picture of John. You're like, we took your picture, now we need your picture, John's picture. So this is yet a different meaning, and it's all the one form, the apostrophe. Different uses and meanings make the apostrophe difficult. Now, do you need a possessive apostrophe? Make it an of the phrase. So the boy's hat equals the hat of the boy. Okay, that's the Spanish way. And we can see, okay, possessive. 3 days journey. Now, it's the journey of 3 days. But the 3 days don't own the journey, do they? Okay? So even what seems like a simple rule can break down. And one of the difficult things is we're talking about semantic relations. And semantic relations are tricky. There are different lists. There's a lot of semantic relations. So you could say, okay, this is duration of time. It's not possession, it's duration of time. 3 days, a week. It's a duration of time, but it's not possession. If the noun after of is a building, an object, a piece of furniture, then no apostrophe is needed. Hotel room. It's not the hotel's room, it's the room of the hotel, but that's the building. Car door is door of the car. That's the thing. Table leg. leg of the table. There's no possession there, so we don't need the apostrophe. These are noun-noun phrases. A head noun is modified by a pre-modifying noun. So room is the head noun. Now, what kind of room? You could say a small room, a large room, a classroom, but it's a hotel room. Hotel is a noun, but it's doing the work of a modifier. And I'm going to spend a couple minutes or a couple slides on noun-noun phrases because they're so common. In the examples that we'll work with, we'll see some. Nouns as nominal pre-modifiers, frequent and distinguishing feature of academic language. So especially if you're teaching any academic English courses, you're going to have to deal with noun-noun phrases. Noun-noun sequences have increased dramatically and represent the main noun phrase pattern. Arguably the most powerful grammatical resource for making meaning in academic and disciplinary contexts. It's a mark of developing complexity in writing. An increase in noun-noun phrases was part of a linguistic development prompted by a month-long or semester-long EAP course, even if no explicit instruction had been provided. So if you're teaching possessions, you're going to bump up against noun-noun phrases, and you need to know a little about them. Okay. The first noun modifies the head noun, internet speed. Speed is the head noun, and the first noun is the modifier. Health emergency, support network, address book. They're not complex compared to post modifiers with prepositions and participial phrases and relative clauses and all this stuff, but the meaning is tricky. A cheese knife is a knife for cutting cheese. Okay, so there's a modifying, there's a relationship. Steel knife, the knife made of steel. It's not a knife for steel. And then if olive oil is made from olives, what is baby oil? And obviously it's not made from babies, but it's made for babies. So do you see how the semantic relations change? And when we talk about the possessive, well, that's simple. You own something. Oh, well, it gets a little more complicated when you don't know it, when you're learning the language. There are two approaches, semantic relations and prepositional paraphrases. And the semantic relation, and we're talking about possession as a semantic relation, between the constituents of a compound is not explicitly expressed and must be retrieved from the sources of linguistic and world knowledge. And it may depend on expert knowledge. So you have to know some language and you have to know about the world. Okay, then there's cross-linguistic interference. Spanish, we have pronouns agree with the gender of the object. Possessed, el libro es mío, la casa es mía. Whereas in English, it's agrees with the gender of the possessor. So it's his book, her book. And in Spanish, the definite article with body parts. English, it's possession, my leg. Possessive rules. Now we've looked at the complexities, but at the end of the day, if we're going to teach our students, we have to teach them some rules. We just can't say it's hard, but I think it's worthwhile to know how complex it can be because we're going to have to work with it for a long time. And L1 students make a lot of errors in possession. It's not just an L2 thing. Okay, so here's the basics, right? Add S to the singular form, the student's book. If the singular form ends in S, then add apostrophe S, like James' book. but James' book is sometimes used. Plural words, add an apostrophe with no S. Students' books, students' room with the apostrophe. And plural words that don't end in S, children and women, we put the apostrophe S. So here are some pretty concrete, simple rules we can teach. Some more rules. Add S or S to the last word of compound words, so brother-in-law's house. But brothers, and it's the same if it's plural brothers, brothers-in-law's houses. Whew. Okay, but these are relatively rare. The most important rules are singular words add S to the singular form. Okay? And plural words add an apostrophe with no S. Okay, to sum up, possession in English has some simple rules, but the use and meaning can be rather difficult, and that's why I recommend reading that article. It's free. And Diane Larson Freeman, I think, has some sound ideas that are still used today. But possession is complicated because of different ways of showing possession, different meanings are expressed by the same form, and there's cross-linguistic interference. And errors are frequent by both L1 and L2 speakers of English. I think that's it. Well, references. Okay, do you see how I had a lot on each slide? That's why I wanted it. Okay, so everyone had the handout, and time-wise, for us to get back on schedule, we have about 20, 25 minutes, which is plenty of time, I think. Okay, here are some sample sentences. And these were written by, everyone had the handout, right? These were written by Spanish L1 EFL teachers. So there are a few errors. I didn't correct them because this is actual language use. In other words, I didn't make up an example sentence for you. These sentences are real language produced by L1 speakers of English. In this case, they're EFL teachers, so they're quite advanced speakers of English, right? But they still make errors. And let's try to work our way through them and see if we can make any sense of what's going on. Who would like to read the first one? Okay.
I started exploring my cell phone to get some students' cell phone numbers that I have already had.
Okay, so the first thing, correct, yes or no?
No, it's not correct.
No? Everybody agrees? Okay, why is it not correct?
Because of the plural, students, some students, it should be plural, so it should be students, apostrophe.
Okay, but how, okay, some students means a plural, and also numbers, okay? So it's a plural, and it should be S apostrophe, right? So if you write that in the correct form, so here you had to look at the determiner to tell about the, okay, who would like to read the second one? Volunteer here? Okay, thank you.
Can bring you good benefits in your teaching and students' learning become meaningful for your hard work and effort.
Okay, correct. Yes or no?
It's okay, it's correct.
Okay, do we agree it's okay? Yeah, yeah, and learning, we assume they're talking about more than one student, plural, so the S apostrophe. Okay, how about number 3? Who wants to read that? Okay.
I really love the ingredient of being in students' shoes.
This is a tricky one, isn't it? What do you think? Correct? Yes or no? No? Okay, and why not? Why wouldn't it be correct?
It's the same case as the first one, it's plural.
You think it means plural here, really, not, she's not talking about a specific one?
I was gonna say there would be a specific.
Yeah, okay, you're right. So this is a general reference to students, so it's,
Correct.
I'm sorry, what did you say again?
I said like, if it said, I really love the ingredient of being in like Javier's shoes, if I'm talking about that specific student.
Yeah, if you're talking about a specific student, but if you take it to be general, then we want the S apostrophe. And so here we can see how it gets complex because, well, what do we mean? It can be right both ways according to the meaning. Okay, how about number 4?
My virtual activities focus on developing the students' communication skills.
Yes or no for correct?
The students. The article the indicates it's an individual student, right?
That indicates one, and then students.
Okay, in the back here, do you agree with that?
I'm so sorry.
I think it's the exact same thing as the question before. If you're a tutor and you're tutoring one child once a week, and I say my virtual activity focuses on developing the student's communication skills, it'd be the student, not my student.
I'm so sorry, Mr. G. We need that you use the microphone for the.
I, oh, the
I'm
student.
going to give it the microphone to someone to know English. Give me a second.
Okay. Well, let me ask you another thing. What is being owned here or possessed?
Communication skills.
Okay, now, do you see what you said? Communication skills. So, but what is the head now? What,
Communication. I love the skills.
see, remember what I said about noun phrases? And then we have communication skills is a noun phrase. What's the head noun? Skills. And communication is modifying skills. So what are the students possessing? Skills. Okay, that was a tricky one, and I didn't underline skills because I was trying to trick you, and I succeeded.
So,
Okay, so in the back, it depends. If you can talk about, every week I tutor a different student, and I work on developing the student's communication skills. Then it's singular, apostrophe S. But what if we said, in all of my classes, I work on developing the students' communication skills. Then it's plural, apostrophe. So do you see when I started off with the Diane Larson Freeman about here's the form. This is pretty simple. Apostrophe S, S apostrophe. That's pretty simple. But the use and meaning is what gets tricky.
in the context too. We need this is in isolation. It doesn't have any context that says.
Right. And that one slide about noun phrases are difficult, and we need to, because there's no overt marker, we have to have um, some linguistic knowledge and some real world knowledge, and the real world knowledge includes, is it a class or a single student? Okay, who wants to read the next one and be live on tape? You want to read the next one?
For they understand the easy way the class reminds students tasks and support them.
Okay, so correct or not correct?
Yes, if we see the rest of the sentences and support them, so it should be plural, I guess. So
Okay.
it's the same case as the first one.
Exactly. So looking ahead to them, we know that's plural, so we got to go back. Students have to be plural, and if not, it's singular, so it should be S apostrophe. Okay, and do you want to read number 6, please?
What to do and how to engage or promote our students' learning in an easy way.
Okay, correct or not correct? Correct? Do we all agree? And can we say why?
Because they're talking about students in general, it's plural and
Well, there's a marker, or how about the word our?
our.
Our is plural, and so we assume we're talking about plural students. Okay, so that should be, so that's correct, right? Okay. Number 7, who would like to read that?
My students' learning experiences is totally different in this year 2020.
Okay.
There's an apostrophe. No, but it could be, no.
Okay, well, first of all, correct, yes or no? Okay, no, and it's a long way over, but why do you think it's not correct? Okay, but why does it need there's no apostrophe? Well, why does it need the apostrophe?
Because we are talking about experiences. Yes, it is so. It is referring to experiences, the students' experiences. So that is what belongs to.
Okay, and so you think, and I'm not trying to argue with it, but experiences are possessed by the student, or something they have, okay? And it's plural, so it should be S apostrophe, exactly. And what can you say about learning experiences?
Well, the verb to be is not correct either.
Now doesn't need an apostrophe.
Well, well, right, but look at learning experiences together. It's what? It's a noun phrase. Learning experiences is a noun, and learning tells us what kind of experiences. You could have bad experiences, you could have good experiences, you can have learning experiences. Now, what is it that the students possess? The experiences. And then what kind of experience? The learning experience. Do you see why I put in that little bit about the noun phrases? Because they're very common, and to really understand it. Okay. Number 8, who would like to read that?
We had to find new ways to get our students' attention.
Okay. Okay, so that, oh, good.
And I think it's the same. There's missing the apostrophe at the end of students. And we have the hint with our.
Okay, so you think it's incorrect, and you think it needs the S, an apostrophe after the S.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the noun phrase, the explanation you gave before applies to learning experiences. In learning experiences, we don't need an apostrophe. But in this case, it's because we're talking about students' attention or students' experiences is that we do need an apostrophe. Is that correct?
Yes.
So even though we have a noun phrase as well, because we have students learning is a noun phrase. Students' attention is also a noun phrase.
Well, okay. With number 7, I think learning experiences is the noun phrase. And then that's what the students possess. So the students possess the experiences. What kind of experiences? Learning experiences. Okay. With number 8, I really think that's a tricky one, and I'd have to think. Well, I have thought about it. What do you think about number 8? Number 8.
I have to find new ways to get our students' attention. With an apostrophe after the S, because attention belongs to.
Well, if is it possessive? The students possess attention.
So it needs an apostrophe.
Well, okay, if we say our students, okay, our it means students is plural. So it could be an S apostrophe. But do students possess attention? And honestly, to me, I find that I'm not sure what I would do if I was writing that. Maybe I would change it. The attention of our students. Seriously, if
That sounds like Spanish.
okay, but just very okay.
I think when those types of questions, like being a bilingual person, is when I just go back to Spanish and I would translate it as la atención de los alumnos o de los estudiantes, so it would be possessive. So in my head, then when I think about it in English, the student's attention, it then becomes possessive because it belongs to them, because my language is not limited by one language.
Right, and I can see your point there, but what I was going to, and that's a possible thing to do. It helps us. But what I was going to say is write it so you don't have to have I think I'm suggesting writing it the way you suggested. We have to find new ways to get the attention of our students. And then you avoid the possessive form, get the attention of our students. So I think we can see how some of these are tricky, right? And if it's tricky, maybe try to rewrite it using Spanish to think it through or English to think it through, but write it in a certain way that it's not a possessive. You don't need the possessive S. Okay, we're almost done here. We're going to finish at 8:30, and then that can get us, or 9:30. That'll get us back on schedule. Right, and we're going to finish on time. Okay. How about number 9? Okay.
We have economic disadvantages affect students' possibility to work.
Okay, correct or not correct? Not correct. And what would you do to make it correct? Yeah, I think the apostrophe S. This is students can own or have that possibility, and have is a possessive noun. Actually, this is like the other one. I could say. We have some economic disadvantages that affect the possibility of our students getting work. So you could change it, but I think just putting the apostrophe S would work. Okay, and number 10.
And improve our teaching online classes to catch students' attention.
Okay, and this is similar to the other one. So do we agree that it's wrong and it should have an apostrophe, S apostrophe? Okay. How about number 11?
Seems to be right. I think it's fine.
Okay.
I think it's fine.
Okay. Do you want to read it for us?
While looking after some of the students' basic needs.
Mm-hmm.
So students is plural, and it is correct, the apostrophe after the S, and it's talking about the needs of the students.
Right. And this is assuming that you're talking about more than one and not just an individual. But in the context, it could be one student, then it would be apostrophe S. And the last one,
The programs come from teachers, the students, and the students' parents.
okay, this one is a little different, but correct or not correct?
It's not correct.
Not correct, and how would you correct it?
I would say, students apostrophe parents.
Students are positive. We get rid of that last S. That was an extra S. Okay, so these are examples provided by English as a foreign language teachers whose first language is Spanish. And if they were struggling and having some issues, you can be sure that your students will as well. Now look at the back. And the back, we're just going to look at it briefly, or the next page. All of this data is from the COCA, the Corpus of Contemporary American English. So it's real language, but it's not learner language. And let's just quickly take a look at, how about, let me read the first one. No eating in the family room. Correct or not correct?
It's correct.
Okay, there's no possession there.
No.
Okay. One misstep could break a man's leg. Yep, because in English we have man's, it belongs to the man. Our library children's room is largely filled with light reading.
Correct.
Okay. As we approached the car, the driver's door opened.
I think it's fine.
Right. If we said that, the car's door, no, but with the drivers, that's a person. So all of these are correct, in my opinion, and they came from not learner language, the EFL teachers, but it came from language in the corpus of contemporary American English, which is at the bottom of the chart. So we have about 4 minutes left, and do you have any questions? I want to thank you for being patient with the technical issues, but they're resolved now, which is a good part. Questions or comments? Okay, do you want an extra? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm loud. So I can wait for one. Yeah, I have a question because with these types of activities that are really grammatical based and we need to get buy-in from our students, like we're all here at like a English conference, right? So we like have an interest in the language, but what would you recommend for us, like to make these types of activities relevant for our students and engaging, or what types of activities would you use in the classroom to do this? That would be like, besides like a worksheet or something like that.
Yeah. Well, I probably wouldn't go on for half an hour like we did now. That wouldn't be good for students. I think most textbooks and most courses at some point have the possessive is taught. And then, so obviously we're going to do that. And then in students' writing, I would bring it to their attention. And then finally, I would, if I found an interesting example that caught my attention, last night I'm reading the paper. I've just read this in the paper last night. Is this correct? If it is, why? And, but not a half an hour doing that, but having something is, I'm interested in it. Here's an interesting thing about language. Possession is, we should be honest with them, possession is difficult. It's tricky, okay? The form, apostrophe S, S apostrophe, that's pretty simple. But the way it's actually used and using determiners like our or some can signal the meaning. And them after words, that signals a plural. So it's not just looking at two words, it's looking at a bit of the context. But I wouldn't Hey, these sessions, with Anna, whoever planned the conference made this a 45-minute session. I had to fill it up. We filled it up with 45 minutes of the possessive. I wouldn't do that with with kids.
So
Okay.
using it like as a routine. So would you recommend using it more as a routine as opposed to a lesson that's specifically
No.
direct on it, or
Putting it
small
in
groups, or during writing time? Or?
during writing time, because in spoken language, the S is pretty, it's not, it's often lost in the pronunciation, and there's no apostrophe, obviously, in speaking. Um, I would follow what the textbook said, because all the textbooks or courses will have possession at some time. That's where I start first. And then in writing time, going and revising work, then I would focus on errors. And then as I said, I would, hey, here's something interesting I saw. Okay, so at 9:30 exactly now, who do I hand the microphone back to? Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. G. So let's give Mr. G a round of applause. All right, thank you very much, Mr. G, for your insights into such an intricate topic. So now we'll move on to the next session of the day, entitled TEDx Talks for Critical Thinking Experience, in which will be led by Ms. Viviana Grande from the University of Miami, Colombia. She will be delivering her presentation virtually. So,
Good morning. Can everybody hear me? Because I can't hear anything, but I don't know if you can hear me. Okay, so you guys can hear me, but I can't hear anything from what you're saying there in the tutorial. Now I do. Okay, perfect. Now I do. Okay, good. Good morning. Okay, good. I am ready. All right. So, good morning, everyone.
Hello, Viviana.
Okay, good. Hello. Nice to be here with you. Well,
Just a
I had
second,
a lot of problems that didn't allow me to
Nintendo,
go
because
to
we're gonna
Costa
fix the
Rica,
volume.
but do that again.
Just a second.
Okay, cool. Okay.
Le digo que hable para ver. No tengo forma de criticar.
Could you say something just to test the volume? So let's wait a couple of minutes while we fix the technical issue.
Estoy escribiendo por el chat privado. No te escribía la salida de auto y no puede. No, porque por eso no se consultar nada vale. Y esto tiene una función para ponerlo en el Mucha música, todo sería. ¿Alguien más? ¿Claro? Sí, sí se me tenemos una cámara perdida, ¿verdad? Ahorita tiene el micrófono apagado. Sí, aquí ya lo estudio. Ya lo voy a mover.
Ella tiene el micrófono apagado. Sí, menciona el micrófono.
You guys can hear me. Can you hear me now?
Está preguntando si lo escuchamos, pero todavía no lo escuchamos.
Not yet. We're working on it.
Okay, okay.
Te llamo la Viviana.
And no, I don't. Just in case I don't hear you.
Puede contestar, no contesta nadie.
No, I don't hear you. So you guys can hear me? Yes? Okay, okay, perfect. So hopefully it's gonna work. Okay, I'm gonna share a screen right here. So you guys tell me if you can see my screen too. Okay, should be working. Okay, good. So you guys can see my screen. That's really good. So, well, I'm going to start right now. Okay? I'm going to be taking a look at my phone in case there is any inconvenience, technical inconvenience, reported to me here through the internal chat. In the meantime, I'll just go on. Okay? So, good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. There is a long story, which Anna already knows. But I was just planning to be in Costa Rica today, but I couldn't fly. So, well, I suppose that sometimes we have some inconveniences and life tells you where to be and where not to be. So, apparently, I couldn't be in Costa Rica. I couldn't board my flight. But, well, here I am with you because I really want to share with you these pedagogical experience I've had, and well, tell you everything about it. So the presentation is called Talks for a Critical Thinking Experience, and this presentation is going to be framed in the concept of quilting ideas. So everything you're going to see along the presentation is going to be or has to do with the concept of quilting. Okay. Good. Let me just get a little bit more of light on my phone for any notification I get from you guys. And okay, good. I'll go on. So, let me see now. Check if my presentation is working. Okay, cool. So, I want to tell you a little bit about. Okay, good. So I was teaching English, or I've been teaching English as language arts. So we don't really teach English as a content language subject, but it's more like English language arts, in which we do lots of reading and lots of writing, and we do lots of analysis. We do lots of critical analysis. We make inferences. We establish comparisons, contrasts. We establish or we make conclusions out of the author's work, etc. So we make a more detailed emphasis and detailed analysis on the language content rather than studying English just for a second language itself. We do that work with eighth graders. So I had two classes, one class for boys, one class for girls. They are both eighth graders. So that means that they are between 15 and 16. Now, this idea emerged from the years 2019 to 2021. I'm sorry, we are a calendar based school, so we teach from June to June. And so this project started in 2019 to 2020, and then from 2020 to 2021. And well, it's been running also, but everything started in 2019, 2020, and then 2020, 2021. Our eighth grade students have English language arts classes during 10 hours a week. So they take basically 2 hours daily of English language arts class. So pretty much this is the context. And our main focus, as you can see it on the picture, has to do with conversation, discussion, and critical thinking on the readings that we take. Okay, so I just want to show you here the topics that we discussed during all the year, and also the that provoking question that we focus on. So for example, we have here the rites of passage. It's the main topic that we discuss, and the provoking question is, what are some milestones on the path to growing up? So we work on our discussion basically focused on this question: what are some milestones on on the path to growing up? Another big topic that we study is the Holocaust. How do we remember the past is the question. Then we go through what matters and when is it right to take a stand. So just to give you a little bit more of context in here, we work on political decisions, we work on laws, we work on demonstrations, and we work on strikes all over the world and why people are making a stand to make their rights. To make their rights possible. Another topic is human intelligence, and the provoking question is, in what ways can people be intelligent? So in here, we not only talk about people's intelligence itself, but how people's intelligence has been able or has enabled people to create different kinds of things, to the extent of, for example, creating artificial intelligence in this moment. And the last topic of the unit is inventions, as you can see right here. So the provoking question is, are inventions realized through inspiration or perspiration? So I wanted to show you here the five main topics that we covered along the school year and the five provoking questions to show you how we are working on our English language arts class and how we enable students to work on their critical thinking and how we enable students to take a stand, out of these topics. Again, this is with eighth graders. So, what happened? I was working with these students in the context I just told you, but when we were discussing the topics I showed you previously, I was seeing that students had a really intense, I would say, a really intense feeling for discussion, a really intense feeling for critical thinking. They were arguing their classmates, they were making really strong debates, and they were developing their ideas in the discussion classes in such a way that I thought it was really important to to motivate students much more, to widen their critical thinking skills, to be able for them to be able to communicate much more and investigate much more and strengthen those skills. So what was I doing? Easily, I was just like, as a tailor, I was trying to figure out what to do, how to put pieces together, and here is where the quilting metaphor begins. So I was just trying to sorry, to figure out how to put all those pieces together in order to make a really interesting idea possible. So that's where the TED Talks come in. So I said, what if I show my students lots of TED Talks that discuss very thought provoking topics and also inspire people to take action on different kinds of situations, life experiences, technological topics, science topics, life topics, psychology topics, etc. So I thought that the TED Talks could be a very interesting way to start. And well, we started including TED topics and TED Talks in the English language arts class. So just to give you a little bit of context, we have Richard Saul Wurman and Harry Marks in 1984. They were the creators of the TED Talks, and okay, sure thing, Anna. Thank you. So they were the creators of the TED Talks. Let's say that T is for technology, E stands for education, and D stands for design. So originally, these conferences were meant to discuss basically technology, education, and design topics only for a very narrow audience, a very exclusive, or we can say elite audience. Okay, who was able to get the talk or listen to the talk, right? But a long time, this TED has been spreading a lot to TEDx, to TED Education, to videos, to TEDx Women, for example, and has enabled people the possibility to make their own TEDs all around the world. There is a big TED conference, which still continues. It's very exclusive, but they have been enabling people from all over the world and organizations from all over the world to use the TED as what can we say, as a quality seal in their organization, making the TED exactly in the same way as it should be anywhere in the world. So well, I decided to include the TED Talks in my class, just again as watching the videos and analyzing the people's points of view from what they discussed on the topic they were talking about. And then, well, what I'm gonna show you right now, because I just wanted to give you like the really big context, is how the TED Talks uh, started or turned from a class material to a much bigger concept of discussion, analysis, political action, identity, and narratives. Okay, so coming back a little bit, I started with this just as a pedagogical tool, but then it turned out to be something completely different, which I'm going to tell you today by showing you my research design, the objectives of this research, the questions, the justification, the theoretical framework, the inquiry, and some background. Of course, I'm going to give you some results too. Why some results? Because this research is not finished yet. It's an ongoing research. So we begin with the inquiry in the quilting process. Me, again, as a tailor, as I was showing here, and me having lots of tools as the ones I'm showing here, the thread, the scissors, the sewing machine, okay, the needles, and everything. So we begin with the inquiry also as a quilt, because the quilt puts together many pieces, and so the inquiry comes out of many pieces too. So here we begin with the pieces of fabric. The pieces of fabric pretty much show us the inquiry of this research. And the pieces of fabric explain three main concepts. The first one is the transformation of English language learning as the habitats. Second, discussion on content. And third, the institution as an opening territory to pedagogical creation and to the construction of knowledge. So, explaining a little bit the first one, which is the transformation of English language learning, when we talk about habitats, the inquiry pretty much wants to see how students inhabit different types of atmospheres or different types of contexts depending on how they live their English language learning process. Okay, so my habitat of English can be one completely different to my classmate or to my classmates because my experience with the language has been completely different to others. So here we study English as, or English language learning as a habitat, as the way I live the language, as the way I coexist in the language with others, and the way I exist in the language and for the language and towards the language too. There is a discussion on content, and there has always been this discussion on what to teach in my English class. What should I teach? Should I teach grammar? Should I teach vocabulary? Should I teach all the skills? What should I teach? So this inquiry focuses on what type of content are we supposed to teach? What's good? What's bad? What's better? What's not the best? Okay, so this discussion on content is one that we definitely need to work on. Okay, and it's an inquiry not only for this research but for all the pedagogical experiences that we are going to have. How are my students relating to the content I am teaching? Is it good? How good is it? The third, about the institution as an opening territory. So I'm pretty sure that this experience wouldn't have been the same if the school I'm working at didn't allow me the possibility to innovate, didn't give me the possibility to make things different, and didn't allow me to make changes in the classroom. So the institution was a really, in this case, the institution meaning the school, was a really helpful and supportive territory. Okay, that opened its mind and really gave people the possibility to make changes in the classroom, right? So, as part of my inquiry, I also have the institution which enabled me to make changes in the classroom and heard me as a teacher, heard my proposals, and said, "Go on." So from here I begin with the questions. Okay, there were three main questions that I decided to build in this research. And again, as I was saying, this project started with the TED Talks as a class tool, but then it turned to be something completely different. That's why my questions are gonna give you a light of what we are discussing in this research also, and it's related to the cosmovisions. How are those students' cosmovisions understood in the TEDx talks? I'm going to be talking a little bit more about the cosmovision in the presentation, but in here, cosmovisions are understood as the different ways of thinking the world. Okay, so how are eighth graders' cosmovisions understood? And how the configuration of a student's identity also in this process, and how our students are interpreted as historical subjects or subjects of rights in their habitats of English. So here are the three main axes: the cosmovisions, the configuration of a student's identity, and how are those students historical subjects or subjects of rights through everything, through the development of TEDx talks in the English language arts class. Good. So in here, through those questions, I had the objectives, okay? And these objectives are represented in my case with the needle, okay? Because the needle is the one that sews everything. And if the needle is the one that puts everything together, those are the objectives I need to reach, okay, by using the needle. The first one is understand the cosmovision of eighth grade students, okay. The second, and well, this is like the main one. The second is interpret the way the students are historical subjects and subjects of rights. And the third one is analyze the configuration of a student's identity when developing their political action in their TEDx. So I said more than using the TEDx or the TED Talks videos for for the classroom instruction or for the development of content, students have the possibility of building their own TED Talk. Okay, TEDx Talk. I have to give you the disclaimer. TED is the main organization. It's a big conference worldwide, but the TEDx is like a little daughter, I would say, a little daughter from the TED conference, and the TEDx, the X stands for independently organized. So I said my students have a very high potential to make their own TEDx talk, okay, and express themselves, okay, express their vision of the world, express what they feel about different topics, and communicate to the world what they feel about a certain topic of their interest. So that's why I'm coming back a little bit more. That's why the TED Talks became from or turned from being a pedagogical tool to being something that students are building, are tailoring. Okay, that's why the inquiry comes as the pieces of fabric, which have to do with how students live the language, how the institution opens the doors to transformation, and what type of content shall we use. What type of content? Critical thinking content, thought-provoking content. Okay, and that's why the questions point to the cosmovisions of students, the students' identity, and the students as historical subjects or subjects of rights that can be empowered by making or developing their TED Talk. So that's why I set these objectives for the study using the needle as the metaphor for the objectives. Understand the cosmovision, interpret how students are historical subjects, and analyze the student's identity. Okay, there are also 3 objectives, very ambitious actually, but I'm pretty sure that we as teachers or we as people who are in the field of education are really ambitious, and we always want to get much more and want to give much more to our students. So I also set 3 objectives. One that is local, because if we make a TEDx conference, a TEDx conference locally, I was thinking that we were likely to receive schools and students and people from the area, the school's area, or from the school city, okay, to see our event, and also, motivate other schools and other teachers to try no, to use the TED Talks, I would say better to use the TED Talks in a different way rather than just a classroom instruction tool. And same thing. So if we made a national conference, a TEDx conference in Colombia, so it would have also a national impact, even though it was not an objective, but it was a national impact too. Okay, and of course, when the videos are recorded, when the videos are in streaming, and when we are to browse for, I don't know, TED Talks on animal mistreat, well, we could be able to see our students' videos internationally, no matter where you are, in Costa Rica, here in Colombia, there in Africa, no matter where you are, but you are able to see those contents of the students' development of ideas through the TEDx, okay? Again, these are 3 really ambitious objectives, which are reached at different levels depending on where the study is. In this moment, give me just a sec. In this moment, I could say that we are in the local and national impact, not in the international yet, because we are processing the videos to be uploaded in the platform. So this international objective hasn't been reached yet. I want to tell you also a little bit about the previous research that some scholars have made through the use of TED Talks and through the use of narratives and through the use of language and through the use of critical thinking. So this previous research is represented here with the sewing machine, because as you can see here, there are different types of sewing machines, and also there are different types of sewing, right? So in this case, those researches previously made have to do with different points of view on how to tackle, for example, the TEDx talks. So some of them point to the TEDx talks as a pedagogical tool. So they analyze how the TEDx helps students understand the way the speaker communicates, what verbs does he use, what grammar does she use, okay? What about the rhetorics of the language? Okay, so they use the text as analysis of the language itself. Some other studies I've browsed looked for the semantics, rhetorics, pragmatics of the language, and syntax of the language too. So how does the speaker communicate? What's his body language? Okay, what's his communicative intention? In what way does he or she increase the pitch, and what does he want to do with that? So that's another type of analysis. Another type of analysis about the variety of TED Talks and their impact on society has to do with how the TEDx talks help students see, or not really see, but lose the fear of speaking. Okay, how do they help? The TED Talks also research has analyzed how students improve listening skills by using the TED Talks, how students improve the reading skills by reading the transcripts from the TED Talks, and how students also improve the speaking as they attempt to imitate the way the TED speakers speak, right? So this is one thing about the analysis also of TED Talks. And the last one I wanted to share with you has to do with the analysis on content. So some TED Talks have focused on the content itself. I give you one example, which is about infidelity and I forgot the word, infidelity and fidelity in marriages. So this study focuses on how different TED Talks have tackled the topic of infidelity and fidelity in marriages, and what's the speaker's communicative intention when he addresses the topic of fidelity or infidelity. So it's more like a study on the content itself of the TED. Nothing yet about how the TED Talks promote or provoke identity or narratives or political action in the classroom. There's another field which is about social identity, voices in community. So I've been looking for some research that focuses on social identity in the English classroom. So that there is a lot of research that focuses on how the identity of one person is built by the voices of the community where he or she studies, and how that identity can be highly developed or not so developed depending on the community in which this student coexists. Okay, so basically the research I've been finding for the social identity has to do with that, the varieties of identities that emerged and are built through the voices in communities. And then there is a last field which has to do with languages and narratives. So here is where the narrative field comes, and it says once you study a language, once you have a second language, third language, fourth, etc., but once you have another language different from your mother tongue, your narrative completely changes. Not only your life narrative, but also the language narrative changes. Let's understand this narrative not as just the writing part or the narratives as a storytelling. No, these narratives have to do with the way I live the language, as I was telling you before with the habitats, the way I live the language and the way I communicate through the language, and also what do I have to tell from my experience learning the language? So you see, the narratives have to do more with just telling a story, but the narratives in this case, specifically for the study, has to do with how I use the language in order to build my experience with the language itself or with the process of learning the language. Okay, so this is what I was investigating in different or in previous research. Okay, and that was how researchers or scholars all over the world have been working on TED Talks, how they have been working on the social identity or on the identity built through their communities, and also how scholars and researchers have studied languages and the narratives that emerge out of the languages that they study. In this case, not only English, but it can be again a second language or a foreign language. Good. So I continue here with the theoretical framework studied so far. So I already started or checked some of the research that has been made in those three fields. Now, in the theoretical framework, we have a really big exploration, and it goes through three fields. The first one is the English language threats. So as you see, here we're focusing more on the threat and how the threat represents the English language. Okay, so this one is entitled Narratives to Build Memory, Know Others and Oneself, Strengthen Thinking and Relate Ideas. So here I am using Gadamer's 1998 focus or theory about inhabiting a language. Okay, so he focuses on how one person inhabits a language in a very specific way and in a very personal way that no one else can do it the same way. Okay, and how those narratives on language strengthen my identity, my way of thinking, and my analysis as well. So in the thesis paper I've been writing, I go through these 7 fields. I just want to tell you a little bit about each one. So the problem of an English language, the eternal problem of how to teach English, how to learn English, what's best, what's not so good, what are the innovations, how should I teach, for example. Here comes a discussion around English language learning. So what about this approach to teaching? What about the other approach to teaching? Why is it important to learn English? Is it important to learn English for work, for studying? Maybe your job fires you because you don't know English, or maybe you can get a promotion because you know it, or maybe you can study overseas because you know it, or maybe you need to study overseas to learn it. So these discussions is what I pretty much develop in the second aspect about English language learning. The third one is the paradigm of native or non-native. I'm pretty sure that we have always been told to speak English or to imitate the native accent, but somehow we have had our identity very well defined, and somehow we say, I want to imitate the native speaker way, or I don't want to imitate it. I want to keep my own roots. So also there is this big discussion between the native and non-native way of speaking English. And in number 4, different ways of teaching and learning English as well. It has to do also with the approaches. I think that I was skipping a little bit between 2 and 4. So it has to do with the approaches to teaching, what's best, okay, what's not so good. And the combination of approaches also, which is completely valid, not only taking an approach to teaching, but mixing a little bit more depending on the student's needs. The 5th one has to do with how culture is always in the language, and how when we study a language, we do have to study its culture, and vice versa. When we study a culture, we also have to go or relate somehow the language. So that's why also we have number 6, which is English for intercultural speakers. So it has to do not only with learning a language to express culture or expressing culture through a language, but also how the students and we teachers can also become intercultural speakers through the language, through the study of the language and through the use of the language, you know. And finally, English as a language of possibilities. This one discusses all the doors that are opened thanks to English. We can understand material thanks to English. We can understand readings, articles, the same TED Talks if they are not translated in another language. We can also understand them through English. We can understand movies in English, series in English, everything that is written in English, or let's not say English, let's say other languages. Basically, when we study the language, that language opens the possibilities to many things, not only understanding videos, music, movies, etc., understanding people, content, articles, going to another country, being able to communicate with others. And now look at us here. We are in this conference. We're all speak English, and that's why we are here. I wished I could be there, knowing to you and talking to you and sharing experiences with you, everything through English. So, if we didn't have the language, we wouldn't have this lovely possibility and this amazing possibility of gathering today in this ACPI Tesol. We wouldn't have been able to do that. So, I also discuss in this part of my paper as English for possibilities. Okay, focusing on Gadamer's 1998 theory on inhabiting a language. The second one, Guarin is is a PhD from the university where I'm studying also my PhD, and he's a Colombian teacher. So I recommend you to go a little bit more into reading what his theory is about. Guarin is a Colombian teacher, well, a Colombian professor who focuses on the didactic field of education. So the second theoretical framework that I develop is narratives in the education of subjects within the didactic fields. So he studies the didactic fields in Spanish. He doesn't speak English, but I used his theory because he has a lot of fields that we can actually study when we are working with English as not only as English language arts, but also when we are working with English language teaching. Okay. One, I think that the titles in this case are really explanatory. And since this has 2 slides, so I'm just going to focus on on a little summary of each. So, for example, number 1 is the valuable role of the narratives. The second, how the didactic field can help us build a collaborative construction. The third one is how this didactic field also can help us express ourselves. Number 4 pretty much asks us if we are able to break paradigms, to innovate, and to put pieces together in order to make changes and have a completely different perspective of what English language learning has meant to you in your context and say, hey, let's do this. I've got this idea. Why don't we do this? So that's question number 4, about if we are able to widen our sight. Okay. Number 5 is pretty much how the collective constructions of language in the same didactic field help us establish territory and also personal identity. Number 6, how we can be all the time as teachers innovate with different didactic pedagogical fields. And 7, changing experience has to do with how we as teachers change our own personal spirits when we are innovating and when we are using the narratives, not only our personal narratives as teachers and how we are including a different innovative pedagogical approach, but how the students' narratives helps us also understand how each person as an individual is different, is important, and builds his or his own territory in the didactic fields of the classroom. These are the last 4, which are reading the time in time. So this one invites us to keep in mind always the context, not only the context that we've always had during all the time, but the particular context that I have right now. As I told you, this study began in 2019. Now I'm in 2023, and believe me, each year this process and this research has been changing somehow in a different way because the context has changed. The students also have changed. So we have to read the time in time, broaden the critical thinking horizons, and also keep in mind the importance of our historical presence in education. So not only the context that we have in the classroom, but how education has been changing in our country or in our cities also. Read that context and analyze it to see how we can help from our classrooms to that context of education that we are having. And finally, how we can make world representations or representations of the world from our language classroom too. The last one, the last field of study in this theoretical framework has to do with political subjects of this one, no, this one is a typo mistake, sorry. This one is political subjects of the classroom, dynamics of identity and otherness. So in here, it has to do with how the students can make it possible to have or think about a hope classroom. A hope classroom that enables students to think critically about topics of their interest, to make, I don't know what we can say, to make room for students to think differently, to make also room for students to say, I'm interested in this topic, I want to investigate a lot about it, and I want to tell the world what I think about it. Okay, that's what the political subjects is about when it comes to the hope classroom. Okay, the second one is in Spanish, intentionally. It's la revelación de la gente en el discurso y la acción. So pretty much in this case, we have to focus again on how I, as a student, how I express through the speech, but not in this case the speech, the oral speech, but the written speech, and how here I express myself when I talk to others. So here is the pre, and here is the actual situation. And finally, sound value. So here, this one, the political subject field, tackles how each individual places value to the topic he or she discusses, and how that value is expressed to others, and how that expression helps me understand the points of view of others and how I configure my own way of thinking. Okay? In here, I take two authors, Freire and Anna Arendt from 2005, and here Freire from 1979, and The Classroom of Hope. Okay, so now let's talk business, the methodology. Once I have all that theoretical framework, all those ideas about what to do with TED Talks, what about the narratives, what about identity, what about the collective construction of knowledge, what about critical thinking and everything, I said we are going to make our own TED Talks. Students are going to make their own TED Talks, okay? And here they are. So these well, first, this is me right here, longer hair. And here are the 2019-2018 students, okay? 2019-2020, sorry, 2019-2020 students. These are the they were the eighth graders in that moment, and they were choosing different types of topics that I'm going to show them to you in a minute. Okay, and again, we gotta keep in mind that each student as an individual has a completely different configuration of reality, studies and sees the world in a different way, and that way they communicate to others what they configure in their minds about the world. So we treat each student as an individual. Just in case, of course, we have the parental consent to be showing their pictures and also to be talking about them. We also have the parental consent, so don't worry about that. Good. And so I said, hey guys, we are gonna make our own TEDx. So this was our official TEDx. You can browse it on the net and you can find it over there. Our license was given for TEDx Youth at Colegio Cumbres Bogotá. So that's the name of our school. And we made our independently organized TED event. You can browse it on the web, and on the web you can see the biographies of our students. And this very official event took place this year in May 19th. So it was again a long process, as I was telling you. So everything started as a classroom practice, and then it evolved to getting the license, and then using the license, and then making students make their own TED Talks, and then making this event possible. Okay, so some of the topics that students chose have to do over here with these ones. So I'm not gonna read them to you. I'm just gonna give you some time to look at them. And these ones here were the topics chosen by the girls. As I told you at the very beginning, we have two different classrooms, one boys, one girls. So these are the topics. I think I'm gonna be extending 10 more minutes. Yeah, 10 more minutes. Because I'm not ready yet. I'm not done yet, but I'm gonna try also to start wrapping up pretty soon. These are the girls' topics. These ones here were the boys' topics. So lots of things. Again, each student has a different interest and a different way of thinking. Okay, and here comes the second set of topics. These ones were for the next year. Okay, so we began 2019, 2020. These ones were 2020, 2021. Different students, different topics. Good. And here, the topics from the boys. No, Anna, I don't hear anything. No, I don't, Anna. I don't hear anything. I don't. Okay, so I wanna show you here the results. Yeah, but no, Anna, I don't hear anything from the auditorium. Okay. This one maybe. I love WhatsApp. It's actually the best tool ever. We can communicate very well through WhatsApp. I love WhatsApp. So you tell me, Anna.
How the pandemic changed people's habits, trash in the ocean, animal suffering, why are we afraid of death, medical services.
The auditorium. Yay. Good. Okay.
Mental illness,
Got it.
consumerism, how long is life, vulnerability, bullying, Spanish culture, raping, feminism in fashion.
Mm-hmm. Good. Well, thank you. I can hear you now. That's good. Thank you.
Excellent.
This is the last one.
Okay, cancer solutions, homophobia, animal mistreatment, animal rights and experimentation, violence in Colombia, my point of view about life, why are video games good? So those are some examples.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You may continue.
Thank you. I can hear you now. So that's really good. I'm not alone. Good. So these
Great.
were the students' topics in both years. Okay. And I want to show you some of the results. So, more than the TED Talks, more than having students communicate in a day, more than the event itself, more than the license, is what you can get from their experience. Some of them were really deep into their topics. So when we are talking, for example, about the topic of Spanish culture, so we have here Sophia. She's a Spanish girl and she's a lot into Spain. So she was talking about a topic of her own interest, and the day of the event, she communicated so well because she was into the topic and she could tell the audience something new about the Spanish culture. And people were like, I really understood. I really learned something. Some other examples from the students are this. So some students can get to express their personal lives, and I think that's one of the biggest achievements so far from this study. And it's, how can a student express his identity, his or her identity, from the narrative of a TEDx talk, and communicate to others, communicate to the world what his life is about, what's happening inside. Maybe were you a bullying victim? Maybe were you an anxiety victim? Maybe during the COVID-19 you were alone, your family was not around with you, and you ended up feeling lonely. What happened? You know? So some of these students, and in this case, of course, for privacy reasons, I'm not able to share the specific experiences with you, but I'm telling you this in a very broad context. This TEDx was also an opportunity for students to express what they had in their hearts, what they had deep inside them, and they couldn't, or they were not able to express before. Some of these TED Talks were really touching, really, really touching, because you could actually perceive lots of feelings inside them, and lots of feelings that, in my opinion, were desperately coming out from long ago, but were not able to be expressed because the tool was not given to them. So students also found a way to express their own identity here through the TEDs, to express who they are, or maybe what they thought about a specific topic. Why is a student interested in the cancer solutions or about the violence in Colombia? Why is a student interested, for example, in scouts or in bullying? Or why is a student interested in political ignorance? So these kinds of things makes us think, we as teachers or we as educators in the field we are, that we need to empower our students' critical thinking. Why? Because when we empower our students' critical thinking, we can actually see, these images are really blurry. I don't know if it's my internet. Hope it is not. Hope you don't see them as blurry as I do. So this platform is only a platform. You can use it as a pedagogical tool if you want. But more than the pedagogical tool is what goes beneath, okay? And this is the quilting experience, okay? This is the quilting experience. How we, with the sewing machine, the needle, the thread, etc., how we can make these four things. narratives to express the habitats of language, how we can make inspiration through the political action that students express, how we can make reflection through critical thinking, and how we can make configuration by establishing or making or developing students' personal identities in the English language classroom. So, with this, I just want to say thank you. These are my contact emails for if you want to write down or drop me a line. And well, this is it. Thank you very much. I would love to have been, well, to have had the possibility to be there. I couldn't, but well, here I am telling you my experience. Thank you very much. Now, I don't know if you can hear me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Grande. Thank you
Thank you.
for your presentation. We will open now the floor for a 10 minutes Q&A session in case some of you have questions. So we have a question over there. We have a couple. Okay, let's see. Can you hear me?
I do.
Ivana?
I can
Yes,
hear you
okay,
very
great.
well.
Okay.
Can I have? Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Grande.
Good morning.
Hi. My name is Andy Cascante. It's nice to meet you. Thanks for the information that you share with us. I know this is not an interview, but I have several questions that I'd like if you can answer.
Okay.
You were talking about Colegio Cumbres Bogotá, right?
Yes.
That's the place where you took your investigation. Is this institution public or private?
Good question. Private.
It's a private institution. Thanks. Now, regarding the group of students that you said that you worked with, you mentioned two groups, boys and girls. These groups, were they, when you started back in 2019, was it the same group that you're working with right now, or have you changed the groups, let's say, through the years?
Mm-hmm. The groups changed. There was one group for 2019, 2020, and 2020 to 2021. So that's why the topics are also different, and the configuration changes so much, and the focus is on working on reading the time, reading your context in that moment, because it changes a lot.
Thanks. So about that, this is where I'm going. Would you say that right now their English level, let's say, can you measure it in terms of a A1, A2, B1, or how is it?
Okay, their English level is really high, so I would say they go into a B1 plus or B2. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, I'm sorry for asking so many questions, but this is just
it's okay.
it's because your project is so big and it implies so many things, and like just the fact that they were able to develop a whole TEDx by themselves. It's like, to me, it sounds very complex. So I'm very intrigued about all of these things that I'm asking.
Okay, and that's why it's taking a lot of time. We made the official event in May this year, but we started in 2019.
Yeah, it's taken a long time. So if you can say like an estimate, how many weekly hours do they take English classes?
Okay, they take 2 hours a day, so 10 hours a week. Mm-hmm. And very intensive English. And well, also to give you more context, they also study science in English and social studies in English and arts in English.
Okay, and I assume that since it's a private institution, maybe most of them, or just like a big group of them, have been studying there since they were kids, like younger.
Some of them have, but we also receive some new students, but they come from other schools where their English level is really high too.
Okay, and during all of this process, because it is such a big thing to accomplish, how have you managed the tutoring? How have you managed taking time with them? How have you done it?
Beautiful question. I think that's my favorite question. We have TEDx Mondays, and just on Mondays we focused on TED. So we say, okay, let's work on TED, and we do that only on Mondays. But every single Monday during all the school year.
So would you take, let's say, this Monday for one student, and then next Monday you would sit with another one, or how would you do it during the class time?
Beautiful questions. So actually, what we do in the TEDx Monday is to do different kinds of things. So, for example, they work in pairs and they share each other's TED. So they peer feedback, they peer evaluate, and sometimes as they are peer evaluating, I call one by one and I say, okay, let me see your work in terms of the writing script. Okay, or in terms of developing their idea. Sometimes they say, I say, it's time to do further research. So they make research, and also I take time to call them one by one to check their work. Sometimes we also have some sessions in which they start rehearsing. So they present in front of us and we give them feedback. Or sometimes also I make groups of 2 or groups of 3 and they present one to another so that they can start losing their fear of speaking, gaining more confidence, and they can get feedback from their classmates, which I really love. I think it's one of the biggest things because it's not me telling them what to do, what not to do, but it's their classmates as different people which will be part of the audience and behave as audience. Okay, hey, I didn't like this, I didn't understand this, why don't you use this, or why did you do that, I didn't understand it. So when you get this peer feedback, it's really good because they feel like much more confident to receive it and also to give feedback. Yeah.
Thank you. And my last question, how successful would you say that it's been, this project every year with your students? How successful has it been? Have you, I know that it's not finished yet, but have you reached the goals that you had at the beginning in terms of speaking and expressing themselves and everything that you hoped for? Has it been successful?
Well, it's been very successful. Mostly, I would say the biggest advantage for me as a teacher is to have the student express himself, communicate what is inside. Again, there was one student who was bullied, one student who suffered from homophobia. There was one student who was having like anxiety disorders, and there was one student who had some psychological issues uh, related to like suicide, etc. And when you have the student, or when you provide the student the possibility in a free way, because I didn't say you gotta write about this, you gotta write about that. No, I said you write about what you really care, what you feel like telling others. So when you have those students expressing themselves to the world and communicate what is very deep inside them, I think that's my biggest goal reached so far. And it was not a goal expected to be achieved in the research. It was not expected at all, but it just happened. And I think that's the most valuable thing. Things about language and everything, well, I think that they are going in the process. And of course, each student's level may vary depending on their English background. So I leave that language ability in a second perspective, I would say. But my focus is more on expressing their identity, critical thinking, and provoking action into others.
Okay, Ms. Gander, thank you so much for your presentation. It was very interesting. I'm sure there are tens of questions more, but I think what we will do is just pass on your email address. So
Perfect.
if anyone has extra questions, additional questions, they can ask you directly. Okay?
Yeah, we
Thank
don't
you.
have
But
coffee break together. So
exactly. So please let us give Ms. Grande a big round of applause for her
thank you
presentation.
so much. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to tell the story that here my new friend, told to us. Um, we assume that at the end of the story, what happened is that, well, that the boy, it was, okay, I'm going to start again. She was the mother of the kid. The kid was traveling alone. It was not traveling with no one else, and he was feeling like a little bit sick during the flight, right? But then it comes the assistant of the flight and tell to the kid if he wanted to play or something happens or if he wanted something, but he didn't say anything. He was telling to her mother after the flight that he was feeling dizzy. But then this weird man that was in the flight was trying to make him feel good, trying to play with him, but he didn't want to say anything because he was a shy boy. So then this man took a magazine and started using little papers from the magazine. He put it on his eyes and his mouth to make weird faces. Then the boy was feeling so bad, and this guy was making him to feel worse. And he was feeling bad because the man was making that sound and those movements of the airplane up and down, right? So he was feeling dizzy. Then he was searching, the weird man was searching for a bag so he can show him how to play with the bag. And in this moment is where the boy was feeling so dizzy that he wants to vomit. He vomit. He took the airbag, opened the airbag, and vomit inside. And he wanted just to give the airbag to the weird man, right? And just for being a bad boy, because he was bothering the little kid, he gave to the man the bag and say, here you have a bag. So he didn't notice that inside the bag there was something, yeah, vomit. So he inflated the bag and then he exploded, and the boy started to laugh during the flight because he was having that revenge with that with that weird man. So the weird man was like full of vomit, and everyone it was like laughing, and the little kid was also laughing. Yes.
All right, this is a very good creative ending to the story because we did not see it in the video. All we saw was Mr.
Thank you. Can we do this activity with different ages, or is if it is for a specific ages or grades?
I teach university level students, and again, some of them, I think the older students sometimes they have more inhibitions about speaking. They have peer pressure, they go through puberty, and sometimes young kids might be more eager to speak out and don't have the same inhibitions. You could use it with any level, I think, but you may have to simplify it a little bit. You may have to make maybe simplify some of the vocabulary. I introduced some of the, like you were saying, right? You said some of the vocabulary is quite advanced, right? Air sickness vague, they may not know these terms. So for my students, I teach advanced level students who are English majors, and most of these words, maybe half of them they might know, maybe half of them they don't know. As a teacher, you kind of know your students and what they may or may not the level they may be at. So you may have to be sensitive to what they know or don't know and pre-teach or have them, try to, anyway, you may have to pre-teach some of these words, the vocabulary, if you want them to use the vocabulary, right? It can be a vocabulary building experience too, besides fluency, but beefing up their vocabulary and introducing these technical terms that, maybe they know the concept. All right, they may know the idea, the concept. If you take an airplane, they know this thing, they know people get sick. But if they don't know the vocabulary, you might have to pre-teach that and get them to use that. So try to incorporate that, use that in their dialogue or their role play, however they present the story. So it can be used, but you could simplify it, tone it down for more basic level students, okay, or make it more advanced for older level students.
So it's necessary that always, as teachers, we have to write the vocabulary words on the board so students can build their own story.
Right. I think besides fluency, again, we are trying to increase their vocabulary and being able to use these words. So you may pre-teach it on the board. You may have them brainstorm, see how many of them can guess or know what these things are. You may pre-teach it in different ways. Either way is okay, whether you do it or whether you have the students try to come up with it. See, if nobody gets it, you may need to pre-teach more yourself or introduce it. And then if the whole class knows it, then they try to incorporate and use those words in their storytelling or role playing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other question? Okay.
Thank you very much and welcome to Costa Rica. My name is Susie, and I would like to know how has been the reaction of your students since they are grown ups and since they are not like so creative, maybe? No, I don't know how to say it, like during their learning process because of the authority they have as a teacher.
You mean they're not so creative?
Yeah, I mean, like, because with this kind of exercise, they are supposed to express freely, right? And to be more creative and basically showing what they are getting or what they want to show. So, how has been the learner's experience?
So I did use it a few times, and from my experience, I think the students really respond pretty well to it. Some of them have seen this before, some have not, or maybe other
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Shams, for your presentation. So let's give Mr. Sham a big hand.
Welcome back to our session. We hope you have enjoyed your lunch. We're going to continue with the wonderful presentations that we have. We will continue with the next presentation of the day, which will be delivered by Mr. Roger W.G. from the United States, and which is entitled Pictures to Promote Thinking, Speaking, and Writing. Since we are already familiar with Mr. G's credentials, please help me welcome him to the stage.
Okay. Okay, I didn't know this would happen, but there's a kind of a connection between before lunch and after lunch. Before lunch, used media or picture or film clips, and I'm just using pictures. But before lunch, had a fairly solid, if not fairly solid, had a solid research review and lots and lots of activities. My presentation will be much more modest. The only real theoretical background, if you would call it theoretical, is that I believe that in teaching we should focus on communication and authentic language. And in this activity, there's opportunities for both. I just have one activity based on what I'm going to present rather than many different types, but I really believe that everyone here could find many ways to use this resource in the class. And essentially, I'm just presenting a resource from the New York Times. Do you have access to the New York Times here? I'm not hearing much. Do you have access to the New York Times? Or online? Well, then you should be good. I checked. I used our secretary's computer, and I could access this site. I have a subscription. I get the paper during the, in the morning, the paper, but I also have digital access. And from what I can see, you do. Pardon me?
We have the Tico Times. That's the Costa Rican English language.
Well, there we go. Okay. Well, no, the reason I'm asking is to be sure you have access, and I really think you'll have access because on my computer I'm logged in all the time to the Times. So I went to the secretary's computer. She doesn't have a subscription, and she was able to access this. Okay. At any rate, this is Pictures to Promote Thinking, Speaking, and Writing. And this is from the Times, screenshot, intriguing photographs. And I wish we could turn this. Is there any way to turn this one light off? Is there any way to turn it off? I don't want to cause a problem, but oh boy, that's great. Thank you. Okay. So the Times has some of the best photography in the world, and here is the what's going on in this picture. This is from the Times, and if you Google what's going on in this picture, you should be able to access this page. And by the way, do you have the handout? Okay, everything, the web addresses and everything are in the handout, okay? Now, what's going on in this picture? Intriguing Times images, stripped of their captions. Before lunch, we were shown how to take the sound away and just have the video. And now is take the caption away and just have the picture. And there are 3 questions. It's really a pretty simple plan. You ask your students, what's going on in this picture? What do you see that makes you say that? And what more can you find? And this site wasn't intended to be an ESL site, though they do mention ESL students. But I'm thinking, well, what's going on, and then the types of verbs and descriptive language we're using. But suddenly, question number 2, what makes you think so? I believe the purpose of the Times site is to get kids to think about pictures, visual literacy, we might call it. But I'm thinking the types of language you need to tell why is different than what do you see. And then what more can you find? There's a whole bunch of teaching guides. They got warm-ups, get to know the feature in the classroom, try it in your classroom, go beyond this feature, and you should have that web address on the handout. Now, here's a picture. What's going on in this picture? So what do you think is going on in this picture? Now, at one point I was thinking, well, let's get in groups or do it individually, but why don't we do it as a big group? And you might want to do it as a big group if you have low-level students. Someone asked in the classroom beforehand, the classroom beforehand, the presentation before lunch, what level students do you have? Well, imagine we have beginners and very young students. And I said, what's going on in this picture? What is this? What's this thing here? Oh, God, this is not. What are these things here? What are they? A what? They're oranges. How many oranges do you see? 4. Okay, but look down here at the bottom. And look up here at this boy's face. Do you think there were more than 4 oranges? Yeah, but and I don't want to drag this on too much, but you see how if you have low-level or younger students, you can guide them along talking about the picture. Okay. So what do we have? Oh, so what do you see in this picture? I said oranges. What else? What is it? Flags. Oh, right, flags. In the background, there's a lot of flags. What else?
Sweaters, because they are using sweaters or.
Okay, but this I think is interesting. What are they wearing? Now, by the way, now let's go with teaching like this. She said they're using sweaters. I said, yes, what are they wearing? To see how you can teach language just very informally. Okay, what are they wearing? Raincoats? A type of raincoat. But let me ask you a question. This boy and this light is not doing a very good job. It kind of looks like a raincoat, but what's this and this and this and this? And I think this boy has one. What are those things? What? It looks, instead of a raincoat, it might be a raincoat that's a type of uniform because they've got little badges on them like uniforms have. Now, why do you think they would, what does it mean if they have a uniform?
They're a team.
They're a team. It's a group. And what is the team doing? Throwing oranges. So now, do you see how you can lead a discussion along, and you could help groups do this, or however, everybody knows how to handle this type of stuff. Now, there's a "What's more do you see?" question. Now, we talked about oranges, and the boys would like throwing oranges, and they've got like a uniform raincoat. What else do you see? What more do you see?
European architecture.
European architecture. Yep.
It looks to me like they're young schoolboys, maybe university or high school age, that are in a demonstration of sorts.
Okay, they could be in definitely high school boys or university. Now, why do you think it's a demonstration?
The expressions,
The,
facial expressions.
the facial expression, he's quite putting an effort into it.
They don't seem to be having fun. They seem to be
Their age, they also are younger and care more about what's going on. I tend to see more young people protesting than old people.
Okay. Now, could they be protesting or could it be kind of a contest?
Be a celebration.
There's some place in Spain that throws tomatoes. That's why, yeah. So could throwing oranges be kind? Have they been doing it? Okay, let me ask you another related question. What do you see? Do you see the guy in the red pants back there? Look. Okay, the red pants here. Look at the ground. Have they been there quite a while? Okay, so now, and this is a real question. I don't know the answer, but if they've been doing this for a while, do you think it's some sort of a contest or a demonstration? In my mind, demonstrations move around a lot. The police may break them up, or they may move from one part of a street to another part of the street. You know, so it could be a demonstration, but I'm almost, especially since they have the teams make it sound like a game. What else do you see? The what? The orange? Oh, well, right, there's oranges and on his face. Look in the background. This is a little detail. Well, there are two things going on. What are these things? Like boxes you carry stuff in. What do you think they might have carried in? Oranges. So maybe they really stocked up on oranges. And then look behind the boxes. What do you see? A girl. There's a girl back there. Now, does she look like she's been hit with oranges? No, to me, she doesn't. I don't see oranges all over her face and hair. What's that?
She is afraid. Yeah, she's afraid or she's hiding.
Well, if you look at the picture closer, and you can do that, of course, you know, we can't now, but I think she's like laughing. She didn't look afraid to me. She looks to me like she's enjoying it.
She also may not be the only female in the photo. There seems to be a girl participating.
Ah. Oh. Right here? That could, now why do you think that's a female?
Potentially because of the hair headband and the height compared to the two boys standing.
Okay, I'm looking at the hands, which you can't see, but the hands look masculine. Do you watch basketball at all? The NBA? several players have a man bun, so that it could be a female. It could be. But if you look at the hands, I would say it's a male. Oh, at any rate, do you see how these three questions can be used? What do you see in the picture? Um, what makes you say so? And then what more can you say to encourage, looking at details more? That's the basic use of this activity. But, and by the way, here's the websites. This is a little out of order, I'm sorry. That's the website which you should have for what's going on in this picture. It's the New York Times feature. And then I'm going to show you about the corpus of contemporary American English. Okay. There's one part of the site that has images from 4 more years. And so they have a whole bunch. A new image comes out every Monday during the school year. But then there's images from 4 more years. So if you had limited access or didn't have access to the New York Times all the time, you could just download 4 years of photos and then you're in business. And I chose this one because of the little kid in the photograph. I think there are photos that appeal, would appeal more to little kids. And to me, that is an interesting photo. Here's Michelle Obama with little kids as well. So this wasn't, the website wasn't primarily designed for younger children, but I think there's enough material that you could use it with younger children. Students and teachers' roles. The students observe, discuss, find meanings in photos and artwork. They read and they write. And to me, these are all good things. For teachers, lead open-ended discussions to help students, and that's what I was trying to do, and I'm sure you're more capable than I. Look at details, make observations without leading them toward any particular way. Now, they don't say anything here about supporting the students with language, but I think that would be a big part of what we would do is support the students with language, but I wouldn't make it at this point a language lesson. If you were talking about something and they needed vocabulary, then you give them the vocabulary. If they say using, then you can very subtly say wearing. There's a weekly plan, and these 3 questions are a big part of what's going on, obviously. After looking closely at the image, think about these 3 questions. What's going on in the picture? What do you see that makes you say that? What more can you find? Next, in the comments section, click on the comment button and post in the box on the right. So there's a place where kids can add comments. And students 13 and older are invited to comment. And if you have younger students, then the teachers post their comment. Okay. After posting, then you read to see what others have posted. Respond to someone else by posting online and or comments so your student can respond to comments that are online. And use the reply button or the @ symbol to address that student directly. And then each Monday, visual thinking strategies, and this is an organization I don't know much about, but they're a partner with the New York Times in this activity. And this visual thinking organization is their goal is to push understanding images. And then each Monday, there's a discussion from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., a live discussion. So if you were really well equipped with a good internet connection, and if you were in a school that would allow students to participate, then your students could join a live discussion. On Thursday afternoons, information about the photo is revealed. And then that's an opportunity for your students to read newspaper language. So you've been developing vocabulary and verb structures and all kinds of language around the picture, and that should help prepare them to read what the picture is about. So you've got 4 days to scaffold this reading of the caption. Okay, so here's what's going on in this picture. This is my favorite, I guess. I posted some of the comments. Somebody want to read the first one in the upper right? Actually, let me back up. This is why I have my animation. Okay?
These fake waves in Italy sometime in April this year. It might be a torch riot by an anti-torch group. It might also be just a fun high school event or country holiday. Whatever it is, they seem to be throwing oranges at another group near a torch.
Yeah, and if you look, if you have the photo a little sharper, you can see a few things that belong to Italy. But notice this theme came up. What's going on? Is it a demonstration or a riot, or is it a support? See, it might be a church riot or an anti-church group. It might also just be a fun high school event. Let's go throw oranges. So essentially, this person had the same comment that we developed. Okay, would you read the next one?
What I see in this picture is people throwing oranges. It looks like that. Like they could be knights, maybe. They knights have oranges in their hands and they have a bunch of orange stuff on their face and around and clothes. There's a bunch of orange stuff on their clothes and floor and they look like they have been throwing fruits for a while. There's a girl in the corner trying not to get hit with her orange.
Why, and someone says she was afraid. I guess this person looks, well, she could be having fun. She's trying not to get hit. But it said they have a bunch of knights. And I think that implied to me a club or something. Okay, and one more.
I think this picture is showing a food fight. I think this because the people are covering food and are in the position to throw food.
Yep. Okay. Now you may have noticed I highlighted a few things here because now what the teaching part comes in that I would add. Uh, the purpose of this time activity isn't to teach vocabulary, it's for visual thinking. And that's all you have to do. And to me, it's valuable because you get people talking and thinking and sharing with each other. But I'm thinking, here's some authentic language, and we may want to use some of it that's useful. So, a fun high school event. Did you have a fun time yesterday? This was a fun. This conference is a fun thing every year. In Costa Rica, do people say that? We call something fun. It's like it's really a fun thing. We don't say it's fun. It's a fun activity. You'll like it. We don't say the activity is fun. It's a fun activity. So here's a chance. It's a fun high school event. So here's an example of that, and then you could build a teaching lesson around this very common use of language, informal language, whatever it is. Okay? Do you say whatever it is? Whatever it is, I don't want it to happen again. Just shut up and sit down. Whatever it is. In the next one, a bunch of. Do you use that expression here in Costa Rica? A bunch of? Do you have a bunch of ideas on how you could use this? Yeah. Do you Do you have a bunch of things to do today or after the conference? Do you have, is a bunch of very common. No, we use a bunch of all the time. And then covered in. Uh, this is a phrasal verb in this case. I think it's a phrasal verb. And you can teach them together instead of teaching covered, which is different. He covered the baby up, or we use covered like that, but covered in. He was covered in dirt. They're covered in oranges. Okay, so here are some very uh, common words and phrases of informal English that your students could use. And I chose to develop a lesson with a bunch of, and I got authentic language from the corpus of contemporary American English. And I talked about this a couple times here. Maybe it's getting a little boring or tiring, but this is a free resource. If you go to englishcorpora.org and then you click on COCA, and it's the simplest thing in the world to use. If you want to get material to teach a bunch of, okay, let me ask you a question. If you decided to teach a bunch of, what would you teach? What words would you teach? A bunch of grapes? A bunch of
Banana.
a bunch of bananas?
Opinion.
A bunch of opinions? All of these are perfectly grammatical and well understood, but they're not the common ones. No. Let's see what the common ones are. What we do is, you see where it says collocates? You click on that. Collocates are words that occur together more frequently than would happen by chance. So in other words, here's a bunch of words over here, and here's a bunch of words. See, I didn't realize I was saying a bunch of, honest to God. But here's a bunch of words over here, and here's a bunch of words over here. Now, what's the probability that you will occur with her tomorrow at the national, someplace else? And it's the same thing with words. What's the probability that word would appear with this word more than would be expected by chance? And I'll show you. Okay, this is simple to use, and you'll understand the concept once you do it. But the first thing you got to do three things. You got to click on collocates. We did that, right? You got to type in a bunch of. That's like 6 letters. This is not hard. 1 click and 6 letters. And then you click Find Collocates. And when you do that, actually, here you go. This is a chart. I got it all wound up. Everyone wanted to know the collocates. But instead of the collocates, I want to show you a search that's useful. You see where it says chart? Right there, chart. We're going to do a collocate search. If you do a chart search, this is what you get. And this tells you what kind of language is a bunch of. And what it tells us is that up here, here's the frequency, 30,000 times it occurs in the corpus. Now, here are these charts tell us what part of the corpus it occurs in. Blogs is really frequent. Web, frequent. TV to movie, frequent. Spoken language, kind of frequent. Fiction, not so much. Magazine, even less. Newspapers and academic, this is not academic language. Sometimes you want to teach academic language, and that's what we do. But there's other times you teach spoken colloquial language or the web. forget spoken. In web English and spoken, this is a bunch of is very frequent. Now, here's another chart, and this chart is by year. And you can see from 1990 to 94, it's about the same, but it starts coming up in 2000 what? 2004, and then it comes up a little bit, and it's a little more now. So sometimes you'll see a word that 20 years ago was very popular, but now it's much less popular. But what can I say about a bunch of? It's becoming, it's used fairly frequently and becoming a little more popular, especially in internet-based language, blogs and web, TVs and movies, and spoken language. Don't use it in academic language. Here's the colloquies. And what you have here is the list of colloquies. Okay, here's their frequency. You don't need to know too much about this except for the MI scores. This is the statistical probability that it'll occur together, how strongly they're associated. And then over here, you can see how quickly the frequency drops. And this is typical of most corpus data. You see how there's 2 or 3 really frequent ones, and then it drops off and really drops off. What are the words? Guys, kids, stuff. Okay, now, one thing about, can you read these words? Okay, there's some words, you don't want to do this with kids. For instance, look at number 9, number 11's not so bad, that's flowers. 13. You don't want to use number 13. But that's really, if you say it, it sounds it sounds right. So here you can say a bunch of guys, a bunch of kids, a bunch of stuff, a bunch of crap. Now, crap is kind of in between. It's not a, how would you say? I'm a pretty conservative guy.
Okay. I mean, it's pretty acceptable now.
It's pretty acceptable now. God, I got a bunch of crap in my bag. No, I mean that's how we use it, but it does have a slightly negative, and some others up there are really quite negative. Okay?
It's like garbage, right? Garbage. It's like garbage, right?
It's like garbage.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a polite way to say that.
Bunch of stuff I don't need.
Yeah.
Okay, and then there's one other search. There's the real important one. We did a short search, and a colloquial search, which is there. Now we're going to do a quick search. The chart search told us what kind of language it is. Is it academic or is it blogs? And it told us, is it becoming more popular or less popular? And there really wasn't much of a change. And then the colloquies, we saw words that occur more frequently than would be expected. Guys and kids are real frequent. Now we're going to do a quick search. A quick search stands for key word in context, KWIC, key word in context. And that's just as simple as the others. You have to click on quick. You got to type in a bunch of, and you got to click again. Now, when I asked you for some words you could use with a bunch of, all of you, there's what, 30 of us here, experienced English teachers, you came up with 3 words. That's a bunch of crap, let me tell you. No, do you see what I mean? It's harder to think. You know, if you have to go home and sit down and think of this stuff for activities, and lots of times it's not very authentic. And if you get a textbook, they're often not very authentic. It's so much easier to get examples from up here. So if I click on this, this is what I get. In the center, it's a bunch of. And then these are not complete sentences. It doesn't give you a full sentence. Sometimes there is a full sentence, but it's a certain number of words on the left, a certain number of words on the right. And you can copy them and paste them in a Word or an Excel document. And then you go through and you pick the ones that would be good for an activity. And when I pick them, I think, okay, is it too hard for my students? Is it about the right level? And you don't want something that's, um, bad language. You don't want bad language in the right level. And then you have all kinds of material for an activity. So if we look at the hand, you have the handout? You'll see what I did. I made an activity for us. A bunch of teaching activities. And this is set up for you rather than teachers though or for students, but it would be very similar. Use this activity to teach words and phrases from the comments and what's going on. So what did I do? I read the what's going on. This is language that people use. I picked some phrases that I thought would be useful for our students. And then I went to COCA, found out where they were used, how frequent they are, and got colloquies and examples. And importantly, this is authentic language is the corpus of contemporary American English, COCA. So, directions, complete these sentences using a colloquy of a bunch of. For some words, you may want to use a number. And those words I wouldn't give to your students at all. You can give them 10 words and leave out a bunch, right? See what I mean? How we use a bunch, okay. You could give them 10 words. You could give them 4 or 5 words. Okay. So, and some of them, many of them are kind of interchangeable, but sometimes you'll see that sentences have a negative context, so you probably want a negative word and vice versa. And you can do these by yourself or you want to work together on them. What's that? Together or in a group? You want to do a group? Okay, let's do a group. Group 1, group 2, and 3 and 4. Okay, and right now it's about 17 after. Why don't we work for about 5 minutes? And then we'll come back together and share some. You guys are slightly negative. Yeah, it is. Which is, yeah, it's not bad, but it's like
Immature.
Yeah. Okay, how are you doing on your first one?
We were on the second one.
The second one.
Yeah, you guys are a bunch of morons.
Yeah. No, we say that. A bunch of morons. It's because that's one of the words. Where's that on the list?
Here,
Yeah.
number 16.
Yeah, it's not the top one, but you guys are a bunch of morons. We say that. And that's not in a way that doesn't have, you could say it 2 ways. Like if we're all friends, you guys are a bunch of morons. We can say it as a friend, but you can say it in a mean way as well. Okay, what do you have here?
Oh, it's getting worse.
What?
Only negative words.
Which one? Yeah.
I said baby.
Now we can put numbers for that. We.
Numbers. Yeah, a bunch of losers and a bunch of assholes.
Oh, a bunch of idiots, a bunch of losers, and then we put a number. It can be used negatively. That's but not always. It can be hey, there was a bunch of guys there, so we played basketball. You know. Okay, what do we got here?
Well, we got a lot of options anyway.
Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, a lot of these will go because they fit in. The one thing back here they noticed it was negative, but they don't have to be.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to leave, so I want to be sure. And I'm done now anyway.
You're not going to use it?
I think it's done.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
And if it's not, I want to be sure.
You need the little
Oh, right, yeah. Thank you for reminding me of that.
They say that is one
Slide left?
slide left. Yeah. You
What
want
is
to
it?
see it?
Yeah, let me see what it is. I may have forgotten it.
I think it's
Oh,
like the same,
right.
but with the
Okay, yep. Okay, no. Good. I'm glad. Oh, thank you. No, I don't need it.
You don't need it.
No, I'll ask you to advance it. Okay. Okay, how about we come back together and share a couple examples, and then I just got one more slide to tell you. If you have questions, I'll ask them, but we'll probably get done a little early. So does anybody have an example they really like? Okay, read one of you guys have pick one to read.
I think she needs the mic.
What's that? Oh, I'm sorry. How about each in your group pick one sentence to share? Just that'll get us around. So here's the first one.
All right, we are sharing number 2. Oh my God, you guys are a bunch of losers.
You guys are a bunch of losers. Okay.
Which one was going to choose? Number three. And they were like, well, you guys.
Number 3.
And they were like, well, you guys are a bunch of, I'm going to say that morons. So I get to use the word because I don't get to use it very often.
Morons. Okay. And this group?
Okay, 4. Everybody thinks these kids are a bunch of liars.
A bunch of liars. Okay.
Number 5, a bunch of stupid teenagers did that.
A bunch of what?
Stupid teenagers.
Okay. So this is an activity I would use. The Times didn't recommend it, and I'm sure that you all have different activities that you would use. But as I said at the beginning, I didn't present a theory, any of that stuff. But to me, this is communicative language, and it's God, and I forgot the other thing. Authentic language. This was being communicative and authentic language, and to me, those are two basic principles of language teaching. Okay, and I've got one more slide that I probably should have showed you, so let me show it. Oh, hold it. Do you see? Back up just a bit. Uh, Here for the quick search, I've got a bunch of. That's what I typed in, right? And this gave me all of these examples. And there's hundreds, because there's 30,000 hits. So you got 30,000 examples, okay? And each time you do a search, you'll get a different group. But now advance the slide. And here, for the quick search, I've got a bunch of guys. So I just picked a bunch of guys. And so what you could do, you saw how many, there were three. Go back to the colleges. Could you please keep going? More, 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 more. Yep. You could decide that you were going to just teach these first three, which are so frequent. So you could do a search for a bunch of guys, a bunch of kids, and a bunch of stuff. And then you could now go to the last slide. And so for the quick search, I would, instead of a bunch of, leaving it open, I would type a bunch of guys. And then I would get my sentences, and then I would type a bunch of kids, get my sentences, and then type a bunch of stuff. And then you just have those three choices, and you make the same type of activity, but you say to students, you have to pick a bunch of guys, a bunch of kids, a bunch of stuff. And that way you're teaching the most frequent colloquy. But that's something you can decide that you want to do or not want to do. Okay, so questions? No questions? Okay. Well, you know what I like? I like pictures, and you get to talk about them. But I like learning about language, and you learn about language, because you can see what is popular, where it's popular, what are the different words, and we don't learn language one word at a time. We learn phrases, so learning phrases can be important. Okay. I've got to do a bunch of email back in my room, so I'll see everybody next year, I hope. But and I hope, I think you have all of the websites and everything. But if there's something you need, my email is there, and I'll be glad to give it to you. Okay. So now everybody gets a break. They get a 7-minute break.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Lee. Wonderful. Thank you.
No, thank you.
got four, I guess we'll have 4. If it doesn't work out perfectly, that's okay. Right? This will be, gonna be new for them, okay? So I just take you through the process to see how the jigsaw activity works, okay? But the content will be a little easier, so it won't be that hard, but just to get the idea. So group 1, so in your group, one in your group, you be responsible for food. You will be the food expert. Who likes food? Who likes eating? You can be the food expert, okay? You can choose. Okay, another one is customs, other customs and traditions associated with Thanksgiving. Not food, but other customs, other traditions associated with Thanksgiving. Okay? The third one, subcategory is ways. Sorry, that should be a way. Okay, I typed that wrong, but C should be ways of showing public expression and love and affection to family. Okay? That's what you would be focusing on in the video. All right, and the fourth group is how different family members, friends address each other, okay, according to their age, different ages or relationships. How do they call each other, okay? How do they address each other, which may be different in our home culture, right? How Americans refer to each other. Maybe it's different in Costa Rica, or it's very different from Taiwan, where I come from, too. Okay, so these are the 4 subtopics, okay? So you can choose right now who is going to be responsible for each one in your group. Okay, so you have to divide that. No, so each, now you have 4 or 5 people, so each in your group, you should choose A, B, C, or D. Who wants A, who wants B, who wants C, who wants D, of these subtopics. So one of you will be about food, one will be about other customs and traditions, and another one will be about public expressions, so, okay? And another one will have the last one. Okay? All right? Okay, so everybody will have a different one, right? A, B, C, or D, right? Everybody's okay with that? Okay, so now we are going to regroup and form our expert group. Okay, so you have to do that, move around a little bit, change groups. So who is the expert on food in your group? Raise your hand. Okay, so you 4 will become the expert group. So you will have to move to another place. Okay, so you 4 find a new place to meet. Maybe up here. All the food experts. All the food. These are the ones who love to eat, right? Okay, food experts up here. Okay, so B, who is the one for customs? Sorry, we can have it again. Customs, other customs and traditions associated with Thanksgiving. Raise your hand. Okay, so you form a new expert group. So you form and meet some, maybe another place up here. And the other 2 I'll have you back here, okay? Okay, how about up here, this area? And you'll need paper. If you have paper, you can take notes. So hopefully you have some paper. You can write down notes a little bit, okay? All right, and the third one, ways of showing public expression of love and affection. Where are you? Okay, how about you guys maybe meet back here, this area? Okay, and the last group? is about how different family members and friends address each other. Okay? This is the more difficult one. You guys have the challenging one a little bit. Okay. So you guys maybe can meet. So you guys are in D? Oh, C. So where is D? You guys are D. Oh, D. Okay. Okay. So some of yours are a little easier. Are you D? D? So you guys have the challenging one. Okay, a little more challenging. Hey, you guys only have 3. The last one? You have 5. Why did that happen? It should be trying to equal. 4, 4. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Yeah, we can kind of equal, try to have equal groups. All right, so you guys are now in your expert groups, right? Okay, so as you watch the video, you will focus just specifically on your part. Okay, and you can take down notes. All right, some of them will be easier. Okay, for example, the food one will be a little easier. You guys got an easier one, okay? You guys will have a little bit more challenging one. You have to watch a little more carefully because the information will be a little more discrete. Okay, it's harder to pick that out. All right, so some topics are easier, some are a little harder, okay? All right, any questions? So I'm gonna play the video clip. And again, you are not focusing on everything. You're just trying to focus mostly on your part, okay? So you are trying to get as much detail as you can about your subtopic. Okay, so take down notes. Okay, as you watch, try to jot down a few notes. Okay, so if we can play the video. And if you guys can see it, it's a little hard to see on this side. Sure. You want to move over closer? That's fine. See a little better. Okay, this is from Family Album. Does anybody know Family Album USA? Have you seen this before? No. No? Never? It's pretty popular in many countries. Somebody has used this. It's an ESL teaching learning tool about American life, American culture. No, nobody has seen this, huh? Okay, well, I'm going to play it really quick. There's a little grammar, like a focus on grammar section or language point. I'm going to skip through that part just because of time, okay? So I'll just play the basic video content. Okay, go ahead. We have sound. Help the sound. We have sound. I'll just play it. Well, I think it's okay. Okay, I'm going to skip through the introduction part. But...
Today is Thanksgiving Day, an important American holiday. Billy prepares an apple pie for the Stewart family, giving a famous Thanksgiving apple pie. He uses lots of ingredients, but is very special. Later, Robbie goes out for a walk, but something happens, and Robbie is upset. Why is Robbie upset?
We should get to work. We won't be late.
I guess you must.
Okay.
Beginning of my famous Thanksgiving.
But that's another story. Making papers. And he offered himself. Yes. He was at the beginning.
Para que escuche la muchacha.
He was.
That he didn't answer, he missed the call, and the girlfriend didn't call back
But the
again.
point is, he doesn't have a voice. And rest of the family. Oh, we have a situation here, but the rest of us don't have that. But I know that.
And then, the girl come in, feel happy,
Oh, you use Doña?
Yes. Yes. I'm not gonna say any, I come here. Maybe. Something, you're putting in there.
Yeah, but it
just things that we are like from the same age.
Okay, let me give you a couple more minutes. Okay. All right, so everybody had a chance to share a little bit, right? Okay, so now I would like for you, does anybody need more time, or you're okay? Again, some of the topics are a little easier, some are a little harder, okay, to catch things out of video. So now I would like for you to go back to your original core groups, and then you one by one share what you learned from your expert groups about these 4 different topics, okay? Share a little bit. Okay, maybe, I hope you're taking down notes. You should write down notes, and you can share those notes with your original core group members, okay? All right, so you talk about the 4 topics, and then you are the expert, so you are teaching your other group members about your topic, right? Okay, so go ahead. Take a little time, one by one, teach your group about your topic. Yeah, go back to your original group, and then you become a teacher, right? So you're about your topic. Who wants to talk about that one? How they showed affection and love. Okay, thank you. Go ahead. It's a little harder one, but.
We said that this one is very subtle.
Subtle, yeah.
There is a scene where they kiss each other, right? The couple
Right.
kiss,
Right.
and then they use expressions like honey, sweetie, we love you. Then things like the mother asking the boy, take your sweater
Right.
with you, or spending time together. They watch the parade together. The grandpa is trying to cheer the boy up. So cooking together. So everything is like kind of subtle during the whole video.
Right. Okay, very good. All right, great.
Yes, okay. So now some things like the food, right? The food things are a little more obvious, things you can see and they mentioned, but yeah, some things could be a little more challenging. So again, the things there, your students might be a little more basic level. Okay, you may want to focus on the easier topics like food or whatever. And then if you have more advanced students, you could have them try to focus on these more subtle things. Okay, good. And explain cultural differences. So the couple that kissed at the table. In Costa Rican culture, would that be normal? Would that be acceptable? Yes, that's totally fine, right? Where I come from, in Taiwan, this is very taboo, even though they are family, but a married couple in Chinese culture generally would not show public displays of affection, even within their family setting. Okay, they still it'd be very private for a married couple to kiss. They would only do that in their own privacy. Okay, so it'd be a little awkward for a couple to do that even around the table. Okay, in Chinese culture, they're very, very reserved. Okay, when it comes to the public displays of affection, they don't really do that. Okay, so you can compare cultural differences about that. Okay, great. And the last one was, the fourth one was, okay, how visitors, how did they show politeness to visitors? Both ways. Okay, the family, how do they show politeness to the visitor? How does the visitor show politeness to the family? Okay, who wants to talk about that one? We've got some notes about that. Nobody wants to do that one? That's also a little bit subtle. Okay, it's a little fast, hard to catch it, but a little bit, these two are a little more challenging. All right, thank you.
Well, we were discussing that since the beginning they were very polite. That the boy, what was his name? Robbie was offering himself to go to buy the cinnamon, and that is super polite, except in the part that when he missed the call of Alexandra and he didn't call again, he was upset. And the grandpa came down and he was like singing and he said, "What's wrong?" And he was like, nothing is wrong. So he was very angry, right? But then we saw that the grandpa came back in the sofa and then he was trying to make him feel better and then to cheer. So that was the very polite thing that we saw. Also in the table, right? The way that they were treating each other. We were discussing that we don't call by our names or by the names to our parents or to our family, right? We treat them with a very respectful way. So in this part, we don't see it that it was like so correct. Yeah.
All right, good. Okay, so, all right. Thank you. Good. Okay, all right, we kind of talked about a couple things there. One was about addressing people, okay, in the family. All right, sometimes we might use the first name, sometimes we just say mother, father, okay. But I didn't have time to show all the relationships between the people, but the couple that kissed, right? Okay, their parents are Philip and Ellen. And how did they talk to each other? The mother-in-law called her daughter-in-law by her first name, but the daughter-in-law called her mother-in-law and father-in-law also by their first name. Okay, so would that be acceptable in Costa Rican culture? Doña, it's more like a title, right? Okay, but not really use the name, right? Okay, but in American culture, yeah.
And the name. Doña or Doña and the name, not the last name, but the name.
Okay, so
Like my name is Vanessa, so someone with my daughter-in-law would call me Doña Vanessa first.
Okay, so don't you have like a title and a title
Respectful,
but
but
together with the name?
younger people tolerate.
Okay, so it's more polite to use the title with the name together, right? But if you only use the name, that would not be so polite, right? Like a little bit rude, right? Okay, so same thing in Chinese culture, right? We use titles, we use special terms, but not the name, okay? We seldom. It would be very, very rude for a daughter-in-law to call her father-in-law or mother-in-law by their first name. Okay, that would be very, very taboo, very, very rude, very impolite. Okay, so we can pick out these cultural differences. Okay, good. And the last one about receiving guests. Okay, when Alexandra did come, how did she show respect for the family? Yeah, she brought pie, coffee and pie. So if somebody invites you to a home, right? Very polite American culture, bring some kind of gift, right? Gift giving. Okay, so maybe not every culture does that, but in that culture, she brought a pie. How did the family show politeness? Greeting her, even when the two men were watching the football game. You know, they're crazy about football. They want to see the score, but when the visitor came, what did they do? Yeah, they still came out, even though it was very short. Oh, hello, Alexandra, welcome. Okay, let's go finish watching the game. Okay, so they were still crazy about football, but they still respected her to show the politeness of greeting her when she came. So it'd be rude if somebody comes and you just don't show that kind of greeting. And Robbie, how did he show politeness to her? Of course, it's his girlfriend, but what did he do? Did anybody pick up on those things he did? Yeah, he took her coat for her. What else did he do? A chair? Yeah, when she sat down, held a chair for her. Okay, again, it's kind of gentlemanly, right, to do that thing. Maybe it's a little outdated now. Right, introduced her to the guests that she did not meet before, which were who? Harry and his daughter. Okay, so they had not met before, so it's very polite to introduce them to each other, right? So these would be all polite ways to receive guests and for guests to respond. Okay, so there are some cultural differences. Some things are the same, maybe culture is culture, but this is a good teachable kind of opportunity to learn about culture so that I've seen it in the video. And again, if you were just focused on listening, just understanding the dialogue, right? A lot of these, like you said, some of these are very subtle, right? And a lot of that, you could just miss so much of that. So the videos are very culturally rich, but a lot of that material can be overlooked or just dismissed, and you would lose that opportunity to explain that kind of culture if you just focus only on the language and the dialogue. Okay, so I hope this activity helps. This way, when you break it down and you're focusing only on one thing, then you can try to catch those smaller, subtle things, and that maybe your other classmates would miss. And then when you get back into your core groups, share that, right? Teach that to each other. Okay, so this is a good activity. Jigsaw. Maybe some of you have used Jigsaw before, but this is just one application of Jigsaw. There's many different things you can do with Jigsaw. Okay, but it's just one way for teaching culture. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed it. This series is very popular. If you don't know it, it's good. They kind of slow down the dialogue a little bit. They do teach grammar. Okay, I didn't stop and show all of it, but in between each act, each story tells, I think there's like 26 different episodes about American culture. You can find most of them on YouTube. And they slow it down. Some of them do have the English scripts there, so that helps the learners too. And in between each act, they would have a short break, a pause, where they would introduce, maybe it's a pronunciation thing, maybe it's a cultural thing. It could be a grammatical lesson, okay, a grammar point that they show in the dialogue, in the video. Okay, so they highlight, different things. So you can check it out, Family Album USA. You can check it out if you want to use this series. All right, there's a lot you can do with it, with the video. Okay, so I think we're. I think we gotta stop. So I think you guys will find comments. Sorry for going over time.
Okay. Any question or commentary for Mr. Chesson? No? Okay. No questions?
Everybody's tired. Everybody's tired. All right, trying to keep you active, keep awake. So thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed it.
Okay, thank you very much. We really appreciate it.